These Zen sleep stories are more than just tales for the night. They are keys, ancient keys that have unlocked the doors to peace for thousands who have felt just as you feel now. Each story is a stepping stone on a path of profound healing from within, a gentle guide for a deep sleep meditation that does more than just quiet the mind. It nourishes the soul. This is not about forcing your mind to be silent. It is about creating a space so vast, so gentle, so welcoming, that the noise simply has room to dissolve. Before we begin, if it feels right to you, take a quiet moment to share where in the world you're listening from. Sometimes, knowing that others across oceans and time zones are resting with us brings a sense of connection, a silent, global circle of peace. We will begin with the first principle, the first step on any true path of healing, acknowledging the weight. Together, we will embark on a journey, not to a faraway land, but deeper into the landscape of your own inner world. Let my voice be a soft lantern in the dark, guiding you through these soothing spiritual stories. Let the cadence of these words be a rhythm that calms your nervous system, a lullaby for the restless heart. This is a space for you to finally let go, to unravel, to heal. Our journey begins at a silent gate with a traveler who looks very much like the part of you that feels most weary. So find a comfortable position. Let your body feel heavy and supported. Allow your breath to soften without effort. There is nothing for you to do but listen and to allow. The story is called The Burdened Traveler and the Silent Gate. The path to the monastery was long and wound through a forest of ancient, sleeping trees. Mist clung to the ground like a silken shroud, muffling the sound of the world and leaving only the crunch of dry leaves underfoot. Upon this path walked a traveler. To any observer, the traveler carried nothing. No pack, no staff, no worldly possessions. Yet their shoulders were slumped, bent forward as if beneath an immense, invisible weight. Every step was a labor. Their breath was shallow, caught in their chest. Their gaze was fixed on the dirt path just a few feet ahead, unable to look up at the cathedral of trees or the slivers of silver moonlight that pierced the canopy. The weight was composed of everything they had ever been told they should be. It was made of past failures, each one a cold, heavy stone. It was woven from future worries, each a sticky, tangled thread. The burden was the memory of every harsh word ever spoken to them, and every harsh word they had ever spoken to themselves. It was the pressure of unspoken expectations from others, and the crushing weight of their own perfectionism. After After what felt like a lifetime of walking, the traveler saw it through the mist. A simple, unadorned wooden gate. The gate stood at the entrance to a low-walled compound from which no sound emerged. It was the monastery of 1,000 legends, a place rumored to hold the secret to unshakable peace. Standing beside the gate, perfectly still, was a monk. The monk was old, their face a beautiful map of wrinkles, but their back was straight, and their presence was as light as the mist itself. The traveler shuffled to a halt before the gate, the invisible burden pressing them down, making it hard to speak. "I have journeyed far," the traveler said, their voice raspy with fatigue. "I have come to seek sanctuary. I have come to find peace. Will you let me in?" The monk's eyes, clear and deep as a mountain lake, met the traveler's. The monk did not look at the traveler's face, but at the space above their shoulders, where the great, unseen burden sat. For a long moment, there was only silence, broken by the traveler's ragged breathing. Finally, the monk spoke, their voice soft but clear, like a single, perfectly struck bell. "The gate is not locked," the monk said simply. The traveler looked at the gate. Indeed, there was no lock, no bar, no latch. It was held shut only by its own weight and the stillness of the air. Confused, the traveler reached out a trembling hand and pushed. The gate did not budge. It felt as if it were carved from the mountain itself. "It will not open," the traveler said, a note of despair creeping into their voice. "I am not strong enough." The monk gave a slow, gentle nod, their gaze still fixed on the invisible weight. "The gate is light," the monk said. "It is the burden you carry that makes it seem heavy. You are trying to push the gate open with the weight of all your yesterdays and all your tomorrows. And so you are not pushing a gate. You are trying to move the whole world." The traveler stared, first at the monk, then at the unmoving gate. The words resonated in a place deep within them, a place that had been silent for years. They had been so focused on getting through the gate, on achieving peace, on finding the next solution, that they had never stopped to consider what they were carrying. "But this burden," the traveler whispered, "it is who I am. It is my past. It is my fears. It is my identity. I do not know how to set it down. I do not know who I would be without it." The monk's expression softened with an empathy so profound it felt like a warm blanket. "You think you are holding the burden," the monk said, "but it is the burden that is holding you. It is what keeps your eyes on the dirt. It is what keeps your breath in a cage. It is what convinces you that a simple gate is an immovable mountain." The monk then did something unexpected. They closed their eyes. They did not offer to help. They did not give instructions. They simply stood in stillness, breathing softly. In the monk's silence, the traveler felt a space open up, For the first time, they were not trying to push the gate. They were not trying to impress the monk. They were not fighting their exhaustion. They were just standing. And in that stillness, they felt it. Truly felt it. The crushing, suffocating, invisible weight. They felt the cold stone of a failure from 10 years ago pressing on their left shoulder. They felt the tangled threads of worry about a conversation they needed to have next week wrapped tightly around their neck. They felt the dull, heavy ache of a childhood sorrow lodged deep in their spine. They did not try to name it all. They did not try to analyze it. They simply allowed the pure, physical sensation of it to be present. Acknowledged. Real. A single tear traced a path through the dust on the traveler's cheek. It was not a tear of sadness, but of recognition. In that moment of pure acknowledgement, a subtle shift occurred. The burden did not vanish, but it felt, for the first time, separate from them. It was not them. It was something they were carrying. The monk opened their eyes. The first step is not to set it down, the monk said softly. The first step is to simply know that you are carrying it. To feel its shape, its texture, its temperature, without judgment, without blame. You have done that now. That is the work of a lifetime, and you have begun it in this single moment. The monk gestured not to the gate, but to a simple stone bench just outside the monastery walls. Peace is not a place you enter, the monk said. It is a space you create. It begins here, with this breath, and the next. Rest here, traveler. Do not concern yourself with the gate. For now, just be with the ground beneath your feet. The gate will be here tomorrow. The traveler looked at the bench, then back at the monk, a flicker of understanding dawning in their tired eyes. They slowly, deliberately, walked to the bench and sat. The invisible weight was still there, but by sitting, by choosing to rest instead of push, they had changed their relationship to it. The traveler looked up, really looked up, for the first time in years. They saw the mist swirling in the moonlight, the dark, wise silhouettes of the ancient trees, and they breathed. A full, deep breath that reached all the way to the bottom of their lungs. The gate remained closed, but for the first time, the traveler felt a glimmer of something that felt even more real than peace. They felt a sense of space. This story, these Zen sleep stories, are not about magical solutions. They are about subtle, profound shifts in perspective. The traveler is you, the part of you that has been striving, pushing, and carrying so much for so long. The burden is not your fault. It is the natural accumulation of a life lived, of a heart that has felt, a mind that has tried to protect you, This story offers a profound commentary on our relentless quest for relief. We believe that peace, or happiness, or healing is on the other side of a gate. If only I could get that promotion. If only I could resolve this conflict. If only I could fix this part of myself. If only I could calm anxiety at night. We spend all our energy pushing on the gate. We exhaust ourselves, believing the problem is the gate's resistance or our own lack of strength. The Zen wisdom here, embodied by the silent monk, turns our attention away from the gate and toward the burden itself. The problem is not the obstacle. The problem is the weight with which we are trying to move the obstacle. We are trying to solve our present moment challenges with the full, crushing weight of our entire history and all our imagined futures. This is the core of so much of our suffering. The gate, the present moment, the chance for peace, is actually light. It is simple. A single breath, the feeling of the sheets against your skin, the sound of my voice. But when you bring the weight of your regrets, your worries, your self-judgments to that simple moment, it becomes an immovable object. The monk's greatest teaching in the story is silence. He does not offer to carry the burden for the traveler. He does not provide a 5-step plan for getting rid of it. He creates a space of non-judgmental awareness. In that space, the traveler is able to do the one thing they have never done: simply feel the weight. To acknowledge it without needing it to be different. This is the beginning of all true letting go guided meditation. It does not start with force. It starts with awareness. You cannot let go of something you don't even realize you are holding. You have become so accustomed to the weight, so identified with it, that it feels like a part of your own body, like the color of your eyes or the shape of your hands. You believe the burden is you. The story gently suggests otherwise. It is something you carry. And the simple, revolutionary act of acknowledging this creates the first millimeter of space between you and the burden. In that space, freedom is born. In that space, breath can enter. In that space, healing from within is no longer a distant concept, but a present possibility. Let's bring this ancient wisdom into the language of our modern understanding, into the realm of psychology and neuroscience. The traveler's burden is a perfect metaphor for what psychologists call cognitive load or cumulative stress. Your nervous system, particularly the autonomic nervous system, is designed to handle threats. When a stressor appears, it shifts into fight, flight, or freeze mode. It releases cortisol and adrenaline. Your heart rate increases, your muscles tense, your breathing becomes shallow. This is a brilliant survival mechanism for escaping a predator. But in our modern lives, the predators are often abstract and chronic. A looming deadline, a difficult relationship, financial worry, the memory of a past trauma, the relentless feed of bad news. Your nervous system doesn't know the difference. It keeps dripping those stress hormones into your system, keeping your muscles subtly tensed, your breath subtly shallow. This is the physical manifestation of the traveler's burden. It is not imaginary. It lives in your body. It is the tension in your jaw, the tightness in your shoulders, the knot in your stomach. It is the mental fog that makes simple decisions feel overwhelming. The monk's guidance is a perfect illustration of a core principle in modern therapeutic practices like acceptance and commitment therapy and mindfulness-based stress reduction. The goal is not to eliminate unwanted thoughts or feelings, the burden, because the very act of trying to fight them gives them more power. It's like wrestling with a shadow. You only exhaust yourself. Instead, the path is one of acceptance and diffusion. Diffusion is the process of seeing your thoughts as just thoughts, not as objective reality or as a core part of your identity. It is the moment the traveler realizes the burden is not them, but something they are carrying. The monk doesn't say, "Your burden isn't real." He acknowledges it fully. He simply reframes the relationship to it. This is what we practice in mindfulness. We don't say, "Don't be anxious." We say, there's the feeling of anxiety. Hello, anxiety. I feel you in my chest. Your texture is tight and buzzy. This is what the traveler does when he finally stops pushing the gate and just feels the shape of his specific pains. This act of mindful, compassionate awareness is profoundly regulating for the nervous system. When you name and acknowledge a feeling without judgment, you are activating a different part of your brain, the prefrontal cortex, the seat of conscious awareness. This sends a signal to your limbic system, your emotional brain, that says, "I see the threat, but we are not currently being eaten by a tiger. We can stand down." The single tear of recognition shed by the traveler is the physiological release that comes with this downregulation. It is the nervous system beginning to shift from a sympathetic state to a parasympathetic state. This is the neurological foundation of all soothing spiritual stories and every effective emotional healing sleep script. They guide you out of the reactive, pushing, struggling mind and into the observing, allowing, compassionate mind. The final, beautiful instruction from the monk is to rest on the bench outside the gate. This is a crucial point. Healing does not require you to be fixed or at peace before you can rest. You are allowed to rest now, exactly as you are, burden and all. You do not need to get through the gate to be worthy of rest. Rest is the path itself. By resting with the burden, you change your relationship to it. You stop feeding it with the energy of resistance. And slowly, quietly, without force, it begins to loosen its grip. And so now, we bring this teaching into your own direct experience. Lying here, in the safety of this space, let us turn our attention inward, just as the traveler did. There is no gate to push, no problem to solve, no state to achieve. There is only the simple, profound act of being here. I invite you now to gently bring your awareness to the sensations in your body. Without looking for anything in particular, just notice. Start with your feet. Can you feel the points of contact they make with the surface beneath them? Can you feel the temperature of the air on your skin? Now, let your awareness travel slowly up your legs. Just noticing, not judging, not trying to change anything. If there is tension, just note, tension is here. If there is ease, just note, ease is here. Bring your awareness now into your torso, your stomach, your chest. This is often where we hold so much. The flutter of anxiety, the hollowness of sadness, the tightness of stress. Just as the traveler felt the specific shape of their burdens, I invite you now to gently ask your body, what am I carrying tonight? There is no need for a big answer. Just listen to the quiet whispers of the body. Perhaps you feel a tightness in your chest. That might be the shape of a worry you've been carrying about a loved one. You don't need to solve the worry. Just acknowledge the feeling. This is the feeling of carrying that worry. Perhaps you feel a heaviness in your stomach. That might be the residue of a difficult conversation or a disappointment. You don't need to relive it. Just acknowledge the sensation. I feel you, heaviness. I know you are here. Let your awareness move into your shoulders, your neck, your jaw. These are the great storehouses of unspoken words and unfelt tensions. Gently, softly, just notice what is here. Is there a clenching, a tightness, a rigidity? This is the physical signature of your burden. It is not a flaw. It is a testament to all you have navigated. Just as the monk stood in silent, compassionate witness to the traveler, you can now stand in silent, compassionate witness to your own experience. You are the monk, and You are the traveler. For this moment, let go of the need to make the burden disappear. Let go of the story that it shouldn't be here. Let go of the fight. In its place, offer a simple, silent acknowledgement, a gentle welcome to what is already here. And now, as the traveler did, turn your attention to your breath. Feel the cool air enter your nostrils. Follow it down into your lungs. And feel the gentle release as you exhale. Each breath is the stone bench outside the gate. It is a place to rest, right here, right now. You are not trying to get anywhere. You are simply arriving over and over again in this present moment. The worries may still be there. The aches may still be present, but you are resting alongside them, not wrestling with them. This is the beginning of true peace. It is not the absence of the storm, but the discovery of a quiet, unshakable center within it. You have done the work of a lifetime in these few moments. You have acknowledged the weight. And now you are learning to rest. The gate will be there tomorrow. Tonight there is only this breath. And the next. Allow the darkness to be a soft blanket. Allow the silence to be a healing balm. You are safe. You are held. And you are finally allowed to rest. In the stillness that follows our first story, in the space you have so bravely created by acknowledging the weight you carry, we now arrive at a riverbank. This is the next step in our journey of healing from within. Acknowledgement creates the space, and into that space, we can now learn the gentle art of letting go. Letting go. The phrase itself can feel like another heavy expectation, another gate to push open. We are told to just let it go as if it were a simple object we could drop from our hands. But as you know, it is not so simple. The things we cling to, our hurts, our plans, our identities, our need to be right, are not held in our hands. They are woven into the very fabric of our being. So tonight, we will not try to force anything. We will not try to rip these threads from ourselves. Instead, we will sit by a river and watch a master, and we will learn that letting go is not an act of doing, but an act of seeing. It is a profound and gentle surrender. This letting go guided meditation is designed to soothe the part of you that holds on so tightly, the part that believes control is safety. We will discover a deeper safety, the safety of flowing with life, rather than fighting against its current. So continue to rest. Continue to breathe. Let the rhythm of my voice be the gentle current of the river we are about to visit. is nothing you need to release. There is only seeing and allowing. The story is called The Master and the Unheld Boat. Downstream from the monastery of the Silent Gate, the great forest opened up into a wide, tranquil valley. Through the center of this valley flowed a river. It was not a violent, rushing river, nor was it a stagnant, swampy one. It was a river with a quiet, confident, inexorable purpose. It flowed day and night, season after season, carrying fallen leaves, sparkling sunlight, and the reflection of the passing clouds with equal grace. On the bank of this river, an old Zen master had a small, simple hut and a small, simple wooden boat. The boat was his prized possession, not for its monetary value, but for the quiet hours he spent polishing its wood, patching its seams, and floating in its embrace upon the water. He used it to gather reeds from the far bank and to simply sit in the center of the current, feeling the pulse of the world. One afternoon, a young, earnest seeker arrived at the hut. The seeker was agitated, his brow furrowed with immense effort. He was a student of control. He controlled his diet, his schedule, his emotions, his words. He believed that with enough vigilance, he could construct a life free from pain and disappointment. Yet he was the most anxious man he knew. The river of life, unlike his own affairs, refused to be controlled, and this terrified him. He found the old master sitting on a smooth, gray rock, watching the river flow. The master's boat was tied loosely to a wooden post with a simple rope. Master, the seeker began, bowing stiffly. I have come to learn the secret of peace. I try to control everything to prevent disaster, but my mind is a raging storm. Life is unpredictable. People betray you. Plans fail. How can one be at peace when everything can be lost at any moment? The master did not turn his head. He just continued to watch the river, a faint, soft smile on his lips. Tell me, the master said, his voice as smooth as the water. What is it you fear losing most right now? The seeker thought for a moment. My reputation, my small savings, the affection of someone I care for, my health, my future. The list tumbled out, a cascade of attachments. As he spoke, a sudden gust of wind, stronger than the rest, swept down the valley. It rattled the leaves in the trees and kicked up small waves on the river's surface. The wind caught the simple, not holding the master's boat, and with a gentle sigh, the rope slithered free from the post. The seeker gasped. The master's prized boat was now free. It wobbled for a moment, and then was caught by the river's steady current. It began to drift, slowly at first, then with increasing speed downstream. "Master," the seeker cried, jumping to his feet. "Your boat, we must do something. We have to run along the bank, try to catch it. Maybe we can throw a rope. Hurry." The old master did not move. He did not stand. He did not shout. He did not even frown. He simply watched, his gaze soft, as his beautiful boat drifted away. He watched it bob and turn, growing smaller and smaller, until it was just a dark speck in the distance, soon to round the bend and disappear forever. The seeker was frantic, pacing back and forth, his hands clenched into fists. "Why are you just sitting there? We've lost it. It's gone. All your work, all your care, gone. Don't you feel angry? Don't you feel loss? Don't you feel anything?" The master finally turned his head to look at the seeker. His eyes were not filled with sadness or anger. They were filled with a vast, clear, luminous peace. "I am not just sitting here," the master said gently. I am practicing letting go." He turned his gaze back to the empty space on the river where the boat had been. "The boat was a joy to have," he said. "I cared for it. I used it. I loved its presence in my life. Now the river has taken it. The boat's journey with me is over. Its new journey with the river has begun." "But you've lost it," the seeker insisted, his voice cracking with disbelief. The master shook his head slowly. "No," he corrected, "I have not lost it. The boat was never truly mine. Nothing is. I was merely its caretaker for a time. The river gives, and the river takes. To fight the river is to drown. To be angry at the river is to be angry at the nature of reality. I loved the boat when it was here. Now I love the river that has carried it onward." He patted the smooth, gray rock he was sitting on. "This rock," he said, "this is my boat now. The earth beneath my feet, the sky above my head, the breath in my lungs. My boat is that which supports me in this present moment. And this moment is always here." The seeker stopped pacing. He stood very still, the wind blowing his hair across his face. He looked at the empty space on the water. He looked at the frantic, tight knot of anxiety in his own chest, and he looked at the old master, who sat in perfect, unshakable serenity, having just lost his most prized possession without a flicker of resistance. The seeker slowly, hesitantly, sat down on the ground beside the master. He didn't understand fully. His mind was still screaming about the injustice, the carelessness, the loss. But for the first time, he felt a different possibility. A possibility that peace wasn't about holding on tighter, but about learning how to open his hands. So letting go, the The seeker began, his voice barely a whisper. "It is not forgetting." "No," said the master, "it is remembering. It is remembering that everything is borrowed. Your health, your wealth, your loved ones, your very next breath. They are precious gifts on loan from the universe. You do not own them. You are their steward. Love them fiercely. Care for them deeply. Be present with them completely. And when the river comes to carry them on, you bow, and you thank them for their journey with you. Then you turn your attention to what remains. This rock, this breath, this moment." The seeker closed his eyes. He felt the solidness of the earth beneath him. He felt the cool wind on his skin. He felt the frantic beating of his own heart. He didn't try to stop it. He just felt it. He pictured all the things he was clinging to so tightly, all his fears of loss. He saw them not as possessions to be guarded, but as beautiful boats tied loosely to a post. And he imagined the river, life's inevitable current, coming for each one in its own time. The thought was still terrifying, but for the first time, underneath the terror, there was a tiny, quiet space. The space of the master's peace. A peace that came not from preventing loss, but from accepting it as a sacred part of life's flow. This beautiful, simple parable cuts to the very heart of Buddhist thought and the practice of non-attachment. It is one of the most vital, soothing spiritual stories because it addresses the root of our anxiety, the illusion of control, and the fiction of permanent ownership. The seeker represents the modern mind, the ego-driven self that believes its primary job is to manage, secure, and defend. We build walls around our hearts, our finances, our identities. We create 5-year plans and 10-year goals. We cling to relationships, to job titles, to past successes, believing they define us and secure our happiness. This is the act of tying the boat tightly to the post. And our anxiety is the constant, nagging fear that the rope will break, the wind will blow, the current will rise. The master embodies the wisdom of Zen. His peace does not come from having a stronger rope or a safer harbor. His peace comes from his fundamental understanding that the boat does not belong to him. It belongs to the river. This is a radical shift in perspective. It suggests that everything we cherish in life, our bodies, our relationships, our moments of joy, our possessions, are not ours to keep. They are part of a great, flowing river of existence. We are blessed to have them float alongside us for a while. Our suffering does not come from the fact that they eventually drift away. It comes from our shocked and outraged insistence that they shouldn't. The master's love for his boat is not diminished by this understanding. It is deepened because he knows it is temporary. He is fully present with it. He polishes the wood. He patches the seams. He enjoys its presence completely. This is the paradox of non-attachment. It does not mean not caring. It means caring so much that you refuse to poison the present moment with the fear of a future loss. You love more purely, more freely, because you are not trying to possess. When the boat drifts away, the master does not resist. He does not fall into despair. He practices. This is a key insight. Letting go is not a one-time decision. It is an ongoing practice to be engaged in every time we are faced with change or loss, big or small. The practice is to shift your attention from what is gone to what remains. The master immediately grounds himself in the present moment, the rock, the earth, the breath. He redefines his boat, his source of support, as that which is immediately, undeniably present. This is the essence of a true, letting go guided meditation. It is a gentle, repeated redirection of attention away from the turbulent stories of loss in the mind and back to the simple, solid reality of the present moment experienced through the body. It is a practice that can help calm anxiety at night when the mind tends to grasp most tightly at its worries. Let us translate this profound spiritual teaching into the practical language of psychology. The seeker's mindset is what psychologists call fusion. He is fused with his thoughts and fears. He believes his anxious thoughts about loss are an accurate reflection of reality and a necessary state of being. His struggle is an attempt at experiential avoidance, the desperate effort to avoid or get rid of unwanted private experiences like fear, sadness, and uncertainty. Research has shown, paradoxically, that the more we try to avoid these feelings, the more they dominate our lives. The master's approach is one of cognitive diffusion and acceptance, core components of acceptance and commitment therapy. He does not fuse with the thought, "My boat is gone. This is a disaster." He observes the event. The boat is drifting away and chooses his response. He accepts the reality of the situation without resistance. Acceptance, in this context, does not mean liking it or wanting it. The master loved his boat. He would have preferred it stayed. Acceptance means acknowledging the truth of the present moment without wasting energy fighting it. The river is flowing. The boat is gone. These are facts. The suffering comes from the secondary layer of thought we add on top. This shouldn't be happening. This is terrible. I can't handle this. The master simply doesn't add that layer. His peace is not an absence of feeling. It's an absence of struggle. This provides a powerful framework for healing from within. Think of a hurt you are holding onto, a past betrayal, a mistake you made, a loss you endured. Part of you is the seeker, constantly replaying the event, wishing it were different, trying to control the memory, generating pain and anxiety in the process. The practice of letting go, inspired by the master, would look like this. First, you acknowledge the event happened. You accept the reality of it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to condone it. You just stop fighting the fact that it is part of your history. Second, you notice the pain it causes in the present moment, the sadness, the anger, the tightness in your chest. You allow these feelings to be there, like clouds in the sky, without becoming the storm. You are the sky, not the cloud. Third, and most crucially, you gently and repeatedly redirect your attention to your boat in the present moment. The feeling of your breath, the solidity of the chair beneath you, the taste of a sip of water, the sound of a bird outside. You anchor yourself in the undeniable reality of now. This is not about forgetting the past. The master will always remember his boat with fondness. It is about refusing to allow the past to capsize your present. This emotional healing sleep script is designed to help you practice this very skill, training your mind to find its anchor in the here and now, even when the currents of memory and fear are strong. So now, let us step out of the story and into the river of your own experience. Lying here, breathing, I invite you to become the master on the riverbank. Your mind, perhaps, is like the seeker, pointing to all the boats that have drifted away, or all the boats it fears losing. A memory of a past hurt floats by. A worry about your health floats by. A plan for tomorrow, which you are clinging to, floats by. Your job is not to jump into the water and chase them. Your job is not to yell at the river. Your job is simply to watch. Let my voice guide you in this practice of seeing. Bring to mind, gently, something you are holding onto tightly. It could be a resentment, a regret, a fear. Don't choose the biggest, most traumatic thing. Choose a small, well-worn stone of a worry. Now, picture yourself holding this worry in your open palm. Look at it. See its shape, its color, its texture. This is the boat. You have cared for it in a way. You have polished it with your thoughts, patched it with your attention. You have kept it tied tightly to the post of your mind. Now imagine the gentle, steady current of your breath. The inhale, a gathering of the waters. The exhale, a flowing release. This is the river of life, always moving, always flowing through you. On your next exhale, imagine just loosening the rope a little. You don't have to let the boat go. Just loosen the knot of your resistance to it. Now, I invite you to consider this question silently. What would it feel like to stop fighting this? Not to approve of it, not to want it, but just to stop the war against its existence in your memory or your field of awareness. What energy would be freed up if you were to just let it be there? A boat floating near the shore, without you needing to constantly check its rope. Now, let us try a small experiment. On your next exhale, imagine placing that worry, that boat, into the river of your breath. Just for a moment. Watch it float. It might float right back to you. That's okay. It might float a few feet away and then stop. That's okay. Or it might begin to drift, caught in the current of your allowing. Your practice is not to force it downstream. Your practice is to watch it with the same gentle, accepting gaze of the master. If it floats away, you watch it go. You feel the space it leaves behind. If it stays, you let it stay without judgment. You are practicing non-resistance. You are learning to trust the river. Now shift your attention, just as the master did. Shift your focus to your present moment boat. Feel the solid ground beneath you. This is the rock. It is here. It is real. It is supporting you completely in this moment. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your own chest. This is your boat. It is carrying you through this moment in time. You do not have to control it. It is breathing you. This is the heart of all Buddhist bedtime stories. The return to the sanctuary of the present. The past is a boat that has drifted downstream. The future is a boat that has not yet arrived at your shore. All you have, all you ever truly have, is this rock, this breath, this moment. Let the river of your breath carry you now, deeper and deeper into rest. With every exhale, a little more letting go, a little more trust, a little more peace. You are not losing anything. You are simply opening your hands to receive the boundless gift of what is. We have acknowledged the burden we carry. We have learned to gently open our hands and allow the river of life to flow. Now, our journey takes us away from the moving water and into the still, rich earth of a garden. For it is here, in the practice of tending to what is right in front of us, that we discover the most profound antidote to the anxieties that keep us awake at night. The human mind is a time-traveling machine. It leaps effortlessly into the past, replaying regrets and hurts, or it catapults into the future, rehearsing fears and spinning out catastrophic scenarios. It will do anything to avoid the simple, quiet, and sometimes uncomfortable reality of the here and now. This constant mental travel is exhausting. It is the engine of anxiety. It is the thief of peace. Tonight's Zen sleep story is a remedy. It is a deep sleep meditation on the sacred power of the present moment. It is about finding the entirety of the universe in a single, humble action. This practice is the foundation to calm anxiety at night, not by fighting the anxious thoughts, but by gently and repeatedly withdrawing your attention from them and placing it somewhere more nourishing, more real. So let your body sink deeper into relaxation. Let your mind, that busy time traveler, rest for a while in the cool, fragrant soil of this story. There is nowhere to go, nothing to figure out. There is only this garden and this moment. The story is called The Gardener Who Only Watered. Within the walls of the monastery, behind the main temple, was a small, walled garden. It was not an ornate garden with exotic flowers or intricately pruned trees. It was a simple, humble vegetable garden laid out in neat, earthy rows. For 50 years, this garden was tended by an old monk known only as the Silent Gardener. He was not silent because of a vow, but because he had found that words were often poor substitutes for the rich language of soil, sun, and water. One year, a young novice was assigned to be his apprentice. The novice was bright, ambitious, and deeply troubled. His mind was a whirlwind of ambition and fear. He wanted to achieve enlightenment faster than anyone before him. He worried constantly that he was not meditating correctly, that the master was displeased with him, that he was wasting his life. His mind was always in the future harvest of his efforts, and so he could never find peace in the present act of sowing. The Silent Gardener gave the novice only one task. Each morning after sunrise, the novice was to take a wooden bucket, fill it at the well, and water a single, long row of tiny carrot seedlings. The first day, the novice performed the task with vigor. As he watered, his mind raced. Am I watering too much or too little? When will they sprout? I hope they grow sweet and straight. If I grow the best carrots, perhaps the master will see my potential and give me a more important task. What if a rabbit eats them? I should build a fence. What if there's a drought? I should be conserving water. His mind was so full of the future carrots, the successful carrots, the failed carrots, that he barely noticed the water, the soil, or the tiny, tender green shoots themselves. He finished the task quickly, feeling anxious and unsatisfied. At the end of the day, he approached the silent gardener, who was patiently weeding a patch of cabbages. "Venerable sir," the novice said, "I have watered the carrots. What should I do next to ensure a good harvest? Should I add nutrients? Should I check for pests? Should I meditate for their growth?" The silent gardener stopped his weeding. He looked at the agitated young man. He then looked at the novice's hands, which were clean and dry. He dipped his own earthy fingers into a bucket of water and watched the cool liquid wash away the dirt. Then he looked at the novice and spoke, his voice raspy from disuse, but gentle. "Did you water the carrots today?" "Yes, of course I did," the novice replied, confused. The old monk shook his head slowly. "You worried about the carrots of tomorrow. You feared the ghosts of carrots past. You planned for a harvest that does not exist. You did not water the carrots. You watered your ambitions and your fears. Tomorrow, just water the carrots." The novice was humbled and confused. The next morning, he went to the well with a new resolve. As he carried the heavy bucket, he focused on the sloshing of the water against the wood. He felt the cool dampness seeping through the staves. When he reached the row, he dipped the ladle in. He watched the clear water catch the morning light, and as he poured it onto the base of a tiny seedling, he tried to follow the master's instruction. He focused only on the act. He watched the dark circle of moisture spread across the dry earth. He saw the thirsty soil drink the water in. He smelled the rich, damp, loamy scent that rose up to meet him. He noticed how the tiny green leaves seemed to glisten, to stand a little straighter. His mind, of course, tried to wander. "This is pointless," it screamed. "You should be doing something more important." Then it jumped to a memory of a past failure, then to a worry about dinner. But each time it wandered, the novice gently, without anger, brought his attention back to the sound of the water, back to the sight of the dark soil, back to the feeling of the wooden ladle in his hand. He was not watering carrots. He was just watering. He did this for the rest of the week, and for the month that followed. He stopped asking the gardener what was next. He stopped worrying about the harvest. His only task was to be fully present with the journey of the water from the bucket to the soil. Something strange began to happen. The anxiety that had been a constant companion began to recede. The desperate need to achieve, to prove himself, began to soften. He found a quiet joy in the simple, repeated act. He began to notice things he had never seen before. The way a spider had spun a web between two carrot tops, the different shades of green in the leaves, the feeling of the morning sun on his back. His entire world, which had been a frantic stage for his future ambitions, became condensed into that single, sacred row. And in that smallness, he found a vastness he had never known. One evening, months later, the novice was finishing his watering. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow across the garden. The carrots were now lush and full, their feathered tops thick and healthy. The silent gardener came and stood beside him. They stood in silence for a long time, simply looking at the thriving row. "The carrots have grown well," the old monk finally said. The novice nodded, a soft smile on his face. "Yes," he said, "but that is not the miracle." The gardener looked at him, his eyes twinkling. "Oh." "The miracle," the novice said, his voice quiet with awe, "is that for the first time in my life, I did not need them to. The peace was not in the harvest. The peace was in the watering." The silent gardener placed a gentle hand on the novice's shoulder. "Today," he said, "you did not just water the carrots. You watered your own soul." This story is a beautiful and profound commentary on the principle of mindfulness, or being in the present moment. It offers a powerful antidote to the restless, goal-oriented striving that characterizes so much of our inner life. The novice is a perfect symbol for our own minds. We are always living in the harvest. We do a task not for the experience of doing it, but for the result it will bring. We eat a meal while thinking about the next thing on our to-do list. We listen to a loved one while composing an email in our heads. We lie in bed at night, trying to get to sleep, but our minds are busy harvesting the anxieties of tomorrow. We live in a state of perpetual not here. The result, as the story shows, is a deep sense of dissatisfaction and anxiety. We are never where we are, so we can never find peace. Peace is not a future destination. It is a quality of attention in the present. The silent gardener's wisdom is the core of all mindfulness practice. His instruction, "just water the carrots," is a call to return to the sensory reality of the present moment. It is a command to stop watering our fears and ambitions and to start nourishing our immediate experience. The miracle that the novice discovers is the central promise of all Buddhist bedtime stories and meditative practices. you release your attachment to the outcome, the harvest, you are free to fall in love with the process. And it is in the process, in the watering, that life is actually lived. The joy, the peace, the connection, it's all right here in the texture of this moment. We just miss it because we are mentally rehearsing a future that has not arrived. The story also teaches us about the nature of practice. The novice's mind did not become quiet overnight. It continued to wander, to rebel, to doubt. His practice was not to silence the mind, but to gently, compassionately, and repeatedly guide it back. Every time he brought his attention back to the water and the soil, it was a moment of victory, a moment of retraining the time-traveling muscle of the mind. This is the essence of a healing from within practice. It is not about achieving a perfect state of uninterrupted calm. It is about the gentle, patient, and persistent act of returning. Returning to the breath, returning to the body, returning to the watering of this very moment. In the world of psychology, this story is a perfect allegory for the practice of mindfulness as a clinical intervention. Mindfulness-based stress reduction, developed by John Kabat-Zinn, is built on this very principle. The goal is to cultivate a non-judgmental awareness of the present moment. The novice's initial state is one of high cognitive arousal. His sympathetic nervous system is on high alert, driven by the what-if scenarios of his racing mind. This is the neurological basis of anxiety. His thoughts are not just thoughts. They are perceived threats that trigger a cascade of stress hormones. The gardener's instruction to just water is an invitation to engage in a formal mindfulness practice. By focusing his attention on the sensory details of the task, the sight, sound, smell, and feel of the watering, the novice is doing several powerful things at a neurological level. First, he is engaging his prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for focused attention and executive function. When this part of the brain is engaged, it helps to quiet the more primitive, reactive parts, like the amygdala, which is the brain's fear center. Second, he is anchoring his awareness in the body senses. The sensory cortex is a powerful tool for grounding. It's impossible to feel the cool water on your hand and simultaneously be lost in a catastrophic future fantasy. The sensory experience of the present acts as an anchor, holding you in the harbor of the now, preventing the mind from being swept away by the storms of anxiety. Third, and most importantly, is the quality of his returning. When his mind wanders and he brings it back gently without anger, he is practicing self-compassion. He is rewiring his brain's response to distraction instead of self-criticism, which only adds another layer of stress. He practices gentle redirection. This builds new neural pathways. It teaches the brain over time that the present moment is a safe and nourishing place to be. The miracle the novice experiences, the peace in the watering, not the harvest, is the psychological state of flow, or what can be called being mode, as opposed to doing mode. In doing mode, our mind is focused on the gap between where we are and where we want to be. This gap is a source of constant tension. In being mode, there is no gap. We are fully immersed in the experience of the present. This is deeply restorative and is the core of how a sleep hypnosis with Zen parables can work. By guiding you out of the stressful doing mode of trying to fall asleep and into the restful being mode of simply lying here now. So let us bring the wisdom of the garden into your own experience right now. Here in the quiet of your bed, you can practice watering your own soul. The bed is your garden. Your breath is the water. This moment is the only seedling that needs your attention. Let your awareness come to the simple, physical act of breathing. Don't try to change it or control it. Just notice it, as if for the first time. Feel the sensation of the air as it enters your body. Is it cool? Is it warm? Follow its path, just as the novice watched the water sink into the soil. And as you exhale, feel the gentle release, the letting go. This is the watering, this simple, repetitive, life-giving act. Your mind, like the novice's, will surely wander. It will leap to a worry about tomorrow. It will pull up a memory from today. It will start making a list. When this happens, and it will, I want you to remember the novice's practice. There is no failure. There is no mistake. There is only an opportunity to gently, kindly return. When you notice your mind has wandered, you can even say to yourself silently, watering. And with that word, you guide your attention back to the feeling of your breath. Let's try it together. For the next few moments, just rest your entire attention on the physical sensation of your breathing. What do you notice right now about this one single breath? Maybe you notice the slight pause between the inhale and the exhale. Maybe you notice how your belly or chest rises and falls. Maybe you can hear the faint sound of your own breath. These are the details of your garden. This is the sacred present moment. If a thought about work arises, notice it, and then gently return to the breath. Watering. If a feeling of anxiety arises, acknowledge it without judgment, and then gently return to the breath. Watering. You are not trying to get rid of thoughts or feelings. You are simply choosing not to water them with your attention. Instead, you are watering the seed of peace that exists within you in this very moment. You are watering your own soul. You do not need the harvest of a perfect night's sleep to find peace. The peace is available right now, in this breath and this one. Let go of the destination of sleep. Fall in love with the process of resting. Let each breath be a gentle wave, washing over you, cleansing the residue of the day, nourishing the soil of your being. There is nothing else to do, nowhere else to be. Just this, just here, just watering. We have journeyed to the gate of acknowledgement, to the river of letting go, and to the garden of the present moment. Now we arrive at a place that may feel more tender, more vulnerable. We arrive at the place of our own brokenness. We all carry cracks. Cracks from past hurts, from failures, from traumas, from the simple, inevitable friction of a life fully lived. Our dominant culture teaches us to hide these cracks, to be ashamed of them, to cover them up, to spackle them over, to pretend we are smooth, flawless, and whole. This hiding takes an immense amount of energy. It creates a shadow self, a part of us we deem unworthy, and in doing so, we live in constant fear of being exposed. Tonight's Zen parable is perhaps one of the most beautiful and healing in all of spiritual literature. It offers a radical and transformative perspective on our imperfections. It is the heart of any true emotional healing sleep script, for it teaches us not just to accept our wounds, but to see them as the very source of our unique beauty and strength. This is a story about healing from within, not by erasing the damage, but by illuminating it. Let yourself be soft now. Let the parts of you that you have hidden away in the dark feel safe enough to listen. There is no judgment here, only gold. The story is inspired by the ancient Japanese art of kintsugi. In a small village, nestled in a valley known for its fine clay, lived a woman who was a master potter. Her hands, though wrinkled and stained with earth, moved with a grace and certainty that seemed to coax life from the spinning wheel. People came from all over the province to purchase her work, not just for its perfect form, but for the sense of quiet spirit that seemed to reside within each bowl, vase, and cup. Among all her creations, the potter had a favorite, a simple, elegant tea bowl. Its glaze was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, misty blue. Its shape was perfectly balanced, fitting in the hands as if it had grown there. She used this bowl every morning for her ceremonial tea, a quiet ritual of gratitude and presence. One morning, as she was washing the bowl, her hands slipped. The bowl fell to the stone floor and shattered into a dozen pieces. The sound of its breaking echoed in the quiet room like a cry of pain. The potter stood frozen, looking at the shards of her beloved creation. Her heart ached. Her first instinct was the one we all know so well: to sweep up the pieces and throw them away, to discard the broken thing, to hide the evidence of this failure, this moment of imperfection. It was ruined, useless, a source of shame. But as she knelt down, her fingers tracing the sharp, broken edges of the largest piece, a different wisdom arose within her. This wisdom was born of her long years of listening to the clay, of respecting the earth from which it came. The bowl's life was not over. Its story had simply taken an unexpected turn. Instead of throwing the pieces away, she carefully, lovingly gathered each one. She laid them out on a soft cloth, arranging them like a map of a broken heart. For several days, she did not try to fix it. She simply sat with the brokenness. She honored the shattering. She allowed herself to feel the sadness of the loss of its original form, without rushing to erase the pain. Then, when she was ready, she began the slow, patient work of kintsugi, which means to join with gold. She did not use a clear, invisible glue to hide the damage. Instead, she mixed the finest lacquer with pure, powdered gold. The mixture glowed with a soft, inner light. With a tiny brush, she painstakingly applied this golden lacquer to the edges of each broken piece. One by one, she fit the shards back together. It was a slow, meditative process, a prayer in action. She was not hiding the cracks. She was celebrating them. She was illuminating the lines of the bowl's unique history. Each golden seam was a testament to the fact that it had been broken, and that it had been held with enough love to be put back together again. When she was finished, the bowl was whole again, but it was not the same. It was more beautiful than it had ever been. The deep, misty blue of the glaze was now traced with a stunning network of golden rivers. The light caught on the intricate patterns, making the bowl seem alive, pulsing with a quiet, resilient light. It was no longer a vessel of perfect, untouched form. It was a vessel of profound story, of resilience, of beauty born from wounds. The bowl was now more valuable, not despite its breaking, but because of it. The cracks were now the most beautiful part of the bowl. The next morning, the potter used the mended bowl for her tea. As she held it in her hands, she could feel the faint ridges of the golden seams. They were a map of its journey, a map of its healing. And she understood a deep truth. That which is broken and lovingly repaired is stronger and more beautiful at the broken places than that which was never tested. A visitor, a wealthy merchant who collected flawless art, came to her studio that day. He saw the bowl sitting in a place of honor, glowing in the sunlight. "What a magnificent piece," he said, "but what a shame it has been broken. The cracks ruin its perfection." The potter smiled a gentle, knowing smile. "You see cracks," she said softly. "I see a history of resilience written in gold. You see a flaw. I see a soul. Its perfection is not in its flawlessness, but in its courage to be whole again, bearing the marks of its journey for all to see." This parable of the kintsugi bowl is one of the most powerful, soothing spiritual stories for our time, because it speaks directly to the shame we carry about our own cracks. We live in a culture of curated perfection. On social media, in our professional lives, even in our own families, we are encouraged to present a smooth, unblemished surface to the world. We are taught that our wounds, our anxieties, our past traumas, our failures are things to be hidden. The story offers a revolutionary alternative. It suggests that our healing journey is not about becoming who we were before the break. We can never go back. The shattering is a part of our story. True healing, true spiritual growth is about integrating that breaking into a new, more resilient, and more beautiful whole. The potter's first action is crucial. She sits with the brokenness. She honors the shattering. This is a vital step we often skip. When we are hurt, our instinct is to immediately fix it, to numb the pain, to pretend it didn't happen. We deny ourselves the necessary period of grieving for the perfect bowl we thought we were or were supposed to be. By sitting with the shards, the potter gives us permission to sit with our own pain, to acknowledge the reality of the hurt without rushing to a solution. This is an act of profound self-compassion. The second and most radical step is the choice of glue. She does not use invisible glue. She uses gold. This is the central metaphor for healing from within. The gold is the love, compassion, awareness, and courage we bring to our own wounds. When we approach our broken parts with kindness, instead of shame, we are mixing the lacquer with gold. When we share our story with a trusted friend or therapist and are met with empathy, their compassion is the gold filling our cracks. When we look back at a difficult time and recognize the strength we discovered, the wisdom we gained, the resilience we built, that is tracing the lines of our history in gold. The final result is a being who is more beautiful, not less, for having been broken. Your cracks are what make you unique. They give you depth, character, and empathy. A person who has never been broken cannot truly understand the nature of compassion. A heart that has never been cracked cannot hold the light in the same way. Your wounds become the source of your greatest gifts to the world. Your history of anxiety can make you more attuned to the suffering of others. Your experience of loss can make you love more fiercely and presently. Your journey through darkness can make you a lantern for others who are lost. The cracks are where the light gets in and where the light gets out. From a psychological perspective, this story is a perfect illustration of post-traumatic growth. For a long time, psychology focused on the pathology of trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, while PTSD is a very real and serious condition. Researchers have also found that many people who experience adversity and trauma also experience profound positive growth. They don't just bounce back to who they were before, they bounce forward. They develop a greater appreciation for life, deeper relationships, a stronger sense of personal strength, and a richer spiritual life. They have, in essence, mended their psychic breaks with gold. The shame the merchant expresses is a reflection of societal stigma around mental health and emotional struggle. We internalize this stigma and apply it to ourselves. When we feel broken, we feel we have lost value. The kintsugi philosophy directly counters this. It states that the process of healing and repair actually adds value. Your resilience, your story, your scars, these are your golden seams. This is a cornerstone of trauma-informed care. A trauma-informed approach does not ask, "What is wrong with you?" It asks, "What has happened to you?" It sees the cracks not as defects, but as evidence of a person's courageous journey through difficult experiences. The practice of kintsugi is slow and meditative. This is a crucial psychological point. Healing is not a quick fix. It requires patience, care, and a willingness to sit with discomfort. Each time we bring compassionate awareness to a painful memory or a difficult emotion, we are applying a tiny brushstroke of gold. Over time, these small acts of self-love and acceptance build a beautiful, resilient network makes us stronger than we were before. This emotional healing sleep script is an invitation to begin that process, to see your own cracks not with shame, but with the reverence of the master potter. And so, lying here in the safety and quiet of this moment, let us bring the golden light of this story to your own beautiful, broken places. I invite you to bring your awareness inward to the landscape of your own heart. You do not need to go searching for specific traumas or hurts. Simply bring to mind the general feeling of being flawed or broken that we all carry in some way. The feeling of not being good enough. The memory of a mistake you are ashamed of. The ache of a heart that has been hurt. Picture these places not as dark stains to be scrubbed away, but as cracks in a beautiful ceramic bowl. Your bowl, your unique and precious life. For a moment, just as the potter did, simply sit with the reality of these cracks. Don't try to fix them. Don't judge them. Don't wish them away. Just acknowledge their presence with a gentle, accepting breath. Ah, here is the crack from that time I was unkind. Here is the crack from that loss I endured. Here is the crack from that fear I carry. You are honoring your own story. Now imagine a warm, liquid, golden light. This light is made of pure, unconditional compassion. It is the light of your own deepest wisdom, your own higher self. It is the gold. With your mind's eye, imagine dipping a soft, fine brush into this liquid gold. And now, very gently, begin to trace the lines of one of your cracks with this golden light. As you trace it, you are not saying, "This shouldn't have happened." You are saying, "This happened and I survived. This happened and I am learning. This happened and I am strong enough to hold it with love." What is one crack, one wound, one imperfection in yourself that you could begin to touch with this golden light of compassion tonight? Maybe it's a physical scar you have always tried to hide. Trace it with gold. See it as a mark of survival, a line in the beautiful map of your life. Maybe it's a character trait you dislike, your impatience, your anxiety. Instead of fighting it, can you trace its edges with the gold of understanding? Can you see how that impatience might also be a source of energy? How that anxiety might also be a source of sensitivity? Feel the warmth of this golden compassion as it seals the crack. It is not erasing the line. It is making it beautiful. It is making it a source of strength. Continue this process with your breath. With every inhale, imagine drawing in more of this warm, liquid, golden light. And with every exhale, imagine directing it to all the cracked, tender, hidden places within you. You are becoming the master potter of your own soul. You are practicing the sacred art of kintsugi on yourself. Let this golden light fill you. Let it soothe you. Let it remind you of your own profound resilience. You are not broken. You are becoming. You are a masterpiece, not of flawless perfection, but of courageous, golden repair. And in your beautiful, unique, golden-seamed wholeness, you can now drift into a deep, peaceful, and restorative sleep. Having found the courage to illuminate our cracks with gold, our journey now leads us upward to the base of a great mountain. We have explored the realms of acknowledgement, letting go, presence, and self-compassion. Now we seek the wisdom of stability, of finding an unshakable core within us, even when the winds of life howl around us. In a world of constant change, of noise, of chaos, we yearn for a place of inner stillness, a sanctuary of resilience that cannot be touched by the turmoil of the outer world. We often believe that strength is an active force, a pushing, a striving, a fighting. We think we must be a mighty storm to overcome our obstacles. Tonight's Zen sleep story offers a different, more profound definition of strength. It teaches that the greatest power lies not in movement, but in stillness, not in reacting, but in remaining, not in being the wind, but in being the mountain. This is a deep sleep meditation on grounding and resilience. It is an invitation to discover the mountain that exists within you, the core of your being that is vast, silent, and eternal. So settle your body, feeling its weight upon the earth. Let your breath be slow and steady, like the ancient breath of the stones. We are about to meet a seeker who tried to move a mountain, only to learn that the mountain's power was in its ability to be moved by nothing. The story is called The Seeker and the Unmoving Peak. There once was a seeker who was obsessed with power, not the power of kings or armies, but the power to change reality through sheer force of will. He had learned to discipline his body, to sharpen his mind, to focus his intent like a burning ray of sun. He believed that if his will was strong enough, he could command the rain to fall, the trees to bend, and the very earth to yield to his desires. He had some success with small things, which only fueled his spiritual ambition. He could sit for hours without moving, ignore pain, and influence the decisions of others through the intensity of his presence. But he felt a hollowness in his power. It was a tense, brittle strength, requiring constant vigilance and effort. it did not bring him peace. Hearing of a legendary mountain that was said to be the spiritual center of the world, he decided he would undertake the ultimate test of his will. He would move the mountain, not with shovels or machines, but with the focused power of his mind alone. If he could achieve this, he reasoned, he would have proven his mastery over the material world and would finally be at peace. He journeyed for weeks, and finally he saw it. Mount Cairo, the unmoving peak. It rose from the plains in a majestic sweep of gray rock and ancient ice, its summit wreathed in a perpetual crown of clouds. Its presence was immense, silent, and utterly indifferent. It did not impress, it simply was. The seeker set up a small camp at its base. For days he prepared himself. He fasted, he meditated. He gathered his kai, his life force, into a dense, vibrating ball of energy in his center. He felt like a coiled spring, a drawn bow humming with power. Then, on the day of the full moon, he sat facing the colossal mountain. He closed his eyes and focused his entire being, every ounce of his will, on a single command: move. He poured his energy into the mountain. He visualized it shifting just an inch. He felt the strain in his own body. His muscles clenched, sweat beading on his forehead. The force of his intent was like a physical battering ram against the stone. Nothing happened. The mountain remained silent and vast. A small pebble, dislodged by the wind, trickled down its face. The seeker gritted his teeth and pushed harder, his mind screaming the command, move. He felt a surge of energy leave him, so powerful it made him dizzy. The mountain sat, unmoved. The clouds drifted lazily around its peak. A bird sang in a nearby tree. For hours, he continued his assault. He tried pleading, commanding, reasoning with the mountain's spirit. The mountain offered no response. Its silence was not empty. It was full of stillness, full of age, full of a power so immense it had no need to demonstrate itself. Finally, utterly depleted, the seeker collapsed. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body aching, his spirit crushed. He had failed. His power was nothing. He was nothing. Tears of frustration and despair welled in his eyes. As he lay there, broken and empty, something shifted. Having no energy left to fight, to strive, to will, he simply lay there. And for the first time, he truly felt the mountain. He didn't just see it with his eyes. He felt its presence with his entire being. He felt its deep, slow, ancient rhythm, He felt its roots plunging deep into the heart of the earth. He felt its patient endurance through countless seasons of sun, wind, rain, and snow. He realized the mountain's power was not in what it did, but in what it was. Its strength was not in its ability to move, but in its ability to remain. It did not resist the wind. It let the wind blow around it. It did not fight the snow. It wore the snow as a blanket. It did not curse the rain. It allowed the rain to wash its face and fill its streams. It absorbed every storm, every season, every change into its vast, unmoving silence. A voice, which seemed to be both the mountain's and his own inner wisdom, spoke in the quiet of his mind. "You have been trying to be the storm," the voice said. "You have been trying to be the force that pushes. But true power lies in becoming the space that allows. You cannot move the mountain because you are the mountain. You have simply forgotten." The seeker sat up, his body still weak, but his spirit filled with a new, quiet light. He looked at the unmoving peak with new eyes. He saw not an adversary, but a teacher, a mirror. He spent the next month at the base of the mountain, not trying to move it, but learning from it. He practiced a new kind of meditation. He would sit, and as thoughts of anxiety or ambition arose in his mind, he would imagine them as clouds drifting around the peak of his own inner mountain. He would not fight them or try to push them away. He just let them drift and pass. When a painful emotion like sadness or anger washed over him, he would imagine it as a rainstorm on the mountain's face. He would not try to stop the rain. He would allow it to wash over him, knowing that it would cleanse him and pass, and that the mountain, his core self, would remain unharmed, unchanged. He learned to breathe with the mountain. Slow, deep, steady breaths that seemed to draw strength up from the very core of the earth. He began to feel a deep, unshakable stability within himself. It was not a tense, rigid strength like before. It was a vast, allowing, resilient stillness. He was no longer a seeker trying to gain power. He had become a quiet peak, at peace with the weather of his own life. One day, another traveler, seeing him sitting in such profound peace, came to him and asked, "What is the secret of your power? You radiate such strength." The former seeker smiled, a smile as ancient and serene as the mountain behind him. "I have no power," he said. "I simply learned to stop trying to move the mountain and realized I was the mountain all along. The secret is not to be the storm. It is to be the stillness that holds the storm." This profound Zen parable offers a vital commentary on our cultural misunderstanding of strength and resilience. We are taught that to be strong is to be tough, to be aggressive, to push back against life's challenges. The seeker at the beginning of the story is the embodiment of this belief. His willpower is a form of aggression against reality. It is exhausting, brittle, and ultimately, it fails in the face of the truly immense and uncontrollable forces of life, symbolized by the mountain. His collapse is a necessary dark night of the soul. It is the ego's surrender. It is only when his striving, effortful self is completely exhausted that a deeper wisdom can emerge. The mountain's teaching is the core of this sleep hypnosis with Zen parables. True strength is not active, but receptive. It is the quality of stability, of presence, of equanimity. Equanimity is the ability to meet the changing weather of life, the good, the bad, the pleasant, the unpleasant, with an even, balanced mind and an open heart. The mountain does not have better weather. It has a better relationship to the weather. This is a crucial distinction. The goal of our spiritual practice is not to create a life free of storms. That is impossible. The goal is to cultivate the inner mountain that is not disturbed by the storms. Your thoughts, your emotions, the events of your life, these are the weather. They are transient, ever-changing, and ultimately not who you are. Who you are is the vast, silent, stable consciousness that is aware of the weather. You are the mountain. You are the sky. You are not the cloud. The practice the seeker discovers, visualizing thoughts as clouds, emotions as rain, is a classic and powerful mindfulness technique. It creates a space of observation between our core self and our passing experiences. In that space, we are no longer tossed about by every gust of wind. We can remain centered. We can feel sadness without becoming sadness. We can have an anxious thought without becoming an anxious person. This is the foundation of resilience. Resilience is not about never falling. It's about having a deep, grounded center to return to after you have been shaken. From a psychological and physiological perspective, the story of the mountain is a masterclass in emotional regulation and grounding. The seeker's initial state of high-effort willpower is a state of chronic sympathetic nervous system activation. He is in a perpetual, low-grade fight mode. This is incredibly taxing on the body and mind, leading to burnout and anxiety, the hollowness he feels. His collapse is a form of nervous system burnout. It's only in that state of surrender that the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest, Lord, tend and befriend system, can begin to come online. The practice of being the mountain is a powerful grounding technique. Grounding techniques are psychological tools used to anchor a person in the present moment and reality, especially during moments of high anxiety, panic, or dissociation. By visualizing himself as the mountain, the seeker is doing several things. He is connecting with qualities of stability, permanence, and strength. This imagery alone can send calming signals to the brain and body. He is practicing cognitive diffusion, just as we saw with the river of letting go. By labeling his thoughts clouds and emotions rain, he is seeing them as transient mental events, not as literal threats or as his identity. This robs them of their power to hijack his nervous system. The practice of mountain breathing, slow, deep, diaphragmatic breaths, is one of the most effective ways to manually switch the nervous system from sympathetic to parasympathetic dominance. Slowing the exhale, in particular, stimulates the vagus nerve, which acts as a brake on the body's stress response. It tells the brain, we are safe, we are grounded, we can relax. This discovery of an inner stability that is independent of outer circumstances is the ultimate goal of many therapeutic modalities, including somatic experiencing and sensoromotor psychotherapy, which help people find a sense of safety and regulation within their own bodies, especially after trauma. The mountain becomes a somatic resource, a felt sense of strength and stability in the body that can be returned to again and again. And now, let us cultivate this mountain of stillness within you. Lying here, feeling the support of the surface beneath you, you can become the mountain. There is no effort required, only an allowing, a remembering of what you already are. Bring your awareness to your body. Feel its weight, its solidity. Feel the pull of gravity holding you gently, but firmly to the earth. This is the base of your mountain. Solid, stable, secure. Imagine your body as a great, majestic mountain. Your feet and legs are the deep roots, plunging into the earth, drawing up strength and stability. Your spine is the strong, central ridge of the mountain, rising effortlessly toward the sky. Your shoulders and arms are the sloping sides of the mountain, relaxed and at ease. Your head is the noble peak, sitting in stillness, perhaps touching the clouds. Now become aware of your breath. Breathing in, feel the slow, steady strength of the mountain. Breathing out, feel the deep, quiet peace of the mountain. You are breathing with the rhythm of the ancient stones. As you rest here, as the mountain, you become aware of the weather of your mind and body. Thoughts will arise. Let them be clouds drifting across the vast sky around your peak. Some are dark and stormy. Some are white and wispy. You do not need to chase them or fight them. You are the mountain. You simply notice the clouds and let them pass in their own time. Feelings may arise. A flicker of anxiety, a wave of sadness, a warmth of contentment. Let these be the weather on your slopes. The wind, the rain, the sunshine. You do not need to become the weather. You can feel the coolness of the rain, the warmth of the sun, but your core remains the unmoving stone. The mountain is vast enough to hold all weather. You are vast enough to hold all your feelings. What is the weather you are experiencing right now? Can you allow it to be here without resistance, knowing that you are the vast, stable mountain that holds it? Rest in this feeling of unshakable stability. The world may spin. The day may have been chaotic. The future may be uncertain. But here, now, in this moment, you are the mountain. You are the silent, enduring presence that witnesses it all. This stillness is your true nature. It is your birthright. It is the ultimate refuge. Let the breath of the mountain breathe you. Let the stillness of the mountain hold you. Let the deep, quiet strength of the mountain be your cradle as you drift easily and peacefully into deep sleep. Our journey has taken us to a place of deep, grounded stability. We have discovered the mountain of stillness within. From this stable ground, we can now approach one of the most subtle and challenging obstacles on the path of healing from within, our own knowledge. We arrive at the gate of the mind, not with a burden of worries, but with a cup that is already full of opinions, beliefs, assumptions, and conclusions, full of what we think we already know about ourselves, about the world, and about what is possible. This fullness, which we often mistake for intelligence or wisdom, can be the single greatest barrier to true learning, to profound change, and to deep sleep. We cannot receive anything new if our hands are already full. We cannot hear a new truth if we are busy listening to the echo of our own certainties. Tonight's classic Zen story is a gentle but piercing invitation to empty our cups. It is a deep sleep meditation on the power of beginner's mind, a mind that is open, eager, and free from the arrogance of expertise. It is in this state of spacious emptiness that true wisdom can finally pour in, and that the restless, knowing mind can finally find rest. So allow your body as solid as the mountain, to also become as receptive as a hollow vessel. Allow your mind, which has worked so hard today, to finally set down its tools of knowing and analyzing. There is nothing to figure out. There is only the receiving. The story is called The Scholar and the Overflowing Tea. There was once a great and famous scholar, a man whose mind was a vast library of facts, theories, and philosophies. He had read every sacred text, debated every famous teacher, and written many important books of his own. He was renowned throughout the land for his intellect, and people would travel for days just to ask him a question. Yet for all his knowledge, the scholar was not happy. He was not at peace. His mind was a noisy, crowded place, filled with the constant chatter of arguments, critiques, and analyses. He slept poorly, his dreams filled with complex diagrams and unresolved intellectual puzzles. He felt a deep, unspoken spiritual thirst that all the books in the world could not quench. Hearing tales of a reclusive Zen master who lived alone on a remote mountain, a master who was said to possess not great knowledge, but great wisdom, the scholar decided to pay him a visit. He was determined to learn the master's secret to enlightenment, to add it like a final, crowning jewel to his vast collection of knowledge. After a long and arduous journey, the scholar arrived at a small, simple hut. He found the master, an old man with a serene face and laughing eyes, sweeping fallen leaves with a bamboo broom. The master greeted the scholar with a simple bow and invited him inside for tea. As the master prepared the tea with slow, deliberate, graceful movements, the scholar began to speak. And once he began, he could not stop. He talked of all the scriptures he had mastered, from the Vedas to the Sutras. He explained the complexities of metaphysical philosophy. He detailed his own intricate theories about the nature of consciousness and the path to liberation. He was not really asking a question. He was demonstrating his own fullness. He was showing the master just how brilliant and worthy a student he was. The master listened patiently, his head tilted slightly, a gentle, knowing smile playing on his lips. He said nothing. He just continued with the tea ceremony. When the water was hot, he placed a simple, empty ceramic cup in front of the scholar. Then he took the teapot and began to pour. The scholar, momentarily pausing his torrent of words, watched as the fragrant, amber liquid filled the cup. The tea reached the brim, and then the master kept pouring. The hot tea overflowed the cup, spilling onto the saucer, and then from the saucer onto the wooden table, pooling in a steaming puddle onto the floor. "Stop," the scholar cried out, jumping back. "What are you doing? The cup is full. It's overflowing. You can't add any more." The master stopped pouring. He set the teapot down and looked directly into the scholar's eyes. The laughing twinkle was gone, replaced by a gaze of profound, gentle clarity. "Like this cup," the master said softly, "you are full of your own opinions and speculations. You come to me for teaching, but your mind is already overflowing. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" The scholar was stunned into silence. The master's words struck him with the force of a thunderclap. Yet they were delivered with the gentleness of the falling leaves outside. In that moment, he saw himself for what he was. A full cup, so proud of its contents that it was incapable of receiving anything fresh, anything new, anything real. His vast knowledge was not a bridge to wisdom, but a wall. His intellect, which he had polished like a precious gem, was a fortress protecting him from the raw, direct experience of reality. He looked at the overflowing tea, the mess on the table. It was a perfect, humiliating, and liberating image of his own mind. Shame and then a strange sense of relief washed over him. For the first time in years, he had nothing to say. He had no theory to offer, no argument to make. He was empty. He bowed his head low, a genuine bow of humility this time, not of formal etiquette. "I see," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "Please, teach me how to empty my cup." The master's smile returned, softer and warmer than before. He picked up a cloth and began to calmly wipe the spilled tea from the table. "You have already begun," the master said. "The moment you see that you are full, the emptying has started." This timeless story is a cornerstone of Zen teaching, and its message is more relevant today than ever. In our information-saturated age, we are all scholars. Our cups are overflowing with data, opinions, hot takes, and second-hand knowledge. We have an answer for everything, a label for every experience, a judgment for every person. This fullness creates a subtle but pervasive form of suffering. It makes us rigid, defensive, and closed off to the wonder and mystery of life. When we know everything, we can learn nothing. The story provides a powerful commentary on the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge, symbolized by the scholar, is accumulative. It's about adding more information, more facts, more concepts. It is the content of the cup. Wisdom, symbolized by the Zen master, is subtractive. It's not about adding more, but about seeing through what is already there. It's about creating space. is the emptiness of the cup itself, which is what makes it useful. A cup is only a cup because it is empty. A mind is only wise when it has space for the unknown. The master's act of pouring the tea is a form of skillful means, a compassionate, non-verbal teaching designed to bypass the scholar's intellect and speak directly to his experience. No amount of argument could have shown the scholar his own fullness. He had to see it, to feel the shock of the overflow, to understand his own condition viscerally. This is why Zen so often relies on parables, koans, and direct, sometimes startling, actions. It seeks to break the trance of conceptual thought and wake us up to the suchness of reality, the world as it is, before we have labeled and judged it. The scholar's final request, "Teach me how to empty my cup," and the master's response, "You have already begun," is the key to the practice. The emptying is not another thing to do or achieve. It is the simple, humble, and repeated act of noticing our own fullness. Each time we catch ourselves lost in a rigid opinion, a harsh judgment, or an unshakable assumption, and we simply notice it without judgment, in that moment, we create a little space. We have let a little tea spill over the side. We have become a little more empty, a little more receptive. From a psychological standpoint, the story of the empty cup is a brilliant metaphor for overcoming cognitive rigidity and confirmation bias. Cognitive rigidity is the difficulty in changing one's beliefs or perspectives, even in the face of contradictory evidence. The scholar is a perfect example. Confirmation bias is our natural tendency to seek out, interpret, and remember information that confirms our pre-existing beliefs. We are constantly and unconsciously trying to keep our cups full of what we already think we know. This is a self-protective mechanism of the ego. The ego craves certainty and fears the unknown. A full cup feels safe, secure, and powerful. An empty cup feels vulnerable, uncertain, and foolish. True personal growth, however, requires a willingness to be vulnerable, to enter the space of not knowing. This is the state that Carol Dweck calls a growth mindset as opposed to a fixed mindset. The scholar has a fixed mindset. He believes his intelligence is a static entity to be demonstrated. The practice of emptying the cup is the practice of cultivating a growth mindset. The belief that we can learn, change, and grow through challenge and experience. This principle is profoundly important for healing and for sleep. Many of us approach our sleep problems with a full cup. We come to bed with a head full of theories. I'm a bad sleeper. I need 8 hours or I'll be a wreck. I'll probably wake up at 3 a.m. I need to make myself sleep. These beliefs These contents of the cup actually create the very anxiety that prevents sleep. The invitation of this emotional healing sleep script is to empty the cup, to let go of what you know about your sleep, to release the labels and the predictions, and to approach the state of rest with beginner's mind, with curiosity, openness, and no agenda. What if, just for tonight, you didn't know if you were a good or bad sleeper? What if you just lay here, open to whatever happens, without a story about it? This is the emptying. In that emptiness, the nervous system is no longer fighting a preconceived battle, and natural rest can arise on its own. So now, let us practice emptying the cup together. Lying here, in this quiet space, bring your attention to your mind, not to judge it, but simply to observe it as the master observed the scholar. Notice the contents of your cup tonight. What stories, opinions, and beliefs are swirling around in there? Perhaps there are beliefs about the day you've just had. It was a good day. It was a stressful day. I didn't get enough done. These are just contents, labels, stories. Can you, just for a moment, let them be there without holding them as the ultimate truth? Can you see them as just tea in a cup? Perhaps there are beliefs about yourself. I'm an anxious person. I'm not disciplined enough. I'm getting older. These are just contents. Powerful stories, yes, but stories nonetheless. They are not the cup itself. They are not the vast, spacious awareness that is you. What is one belief you are holding about yourself or about your life that you could, just for tonight, hold a little more loosely? Imagine your mind is a vast, open sky, and these beliefs are simply clouds passing through. You don't have to believe every cloud. You don't have to cling to every cloud. You are the sky, not the cloud. Now, let us use the breath as a tool for emptying. With each inhale, acknowledge the fullness of your mind without judgment. The mind is full of planning, worrying, knowing. And with each long, slow, gentle exhale, imagine you are tipping your cup just a little. You are letting a little of that stale tea pour out. You are creating a little more space. Inhale, acknowledging the noise, the clutter, the certainty. Exhale, releasing the need to be right, the need to know, the need to have it all figured out. With each exhale, you are becoming a little more empty, a little more open, a little more receptive. Let go of the need to understand this practice perfectly. That is just more tea. Let go of the need to get it right. That is just more tea. simply rest in the intention of emptying. Rest in the state of not knowing. Not knowing is the most spacious, peaceful, and wise state of mind. In this beautiful, receptive emptiness, there is nothing to defend, nothing to prove. There is only a vast, quiet space, and into this space, deep rest can pour in, effortlessly, like fresh tea into a clean, empty cup. Allow yourself to be empty. Allow yourself to be open. Allow yourself to receive the gift of sleep. We have emptied our cup to make space for wisdom. Now, in that spaciousness, we turn our attention to one of the most intimate and impactful aspects of our inner world, the voice with which we speak to ourselves. For many of us, the landscape of our mind is a harsh and lonely place. It is a valley where we shout criticisms, judgments, and doubts at ourselves, only to hear them echo back, amplified, creating a constant environment of inner conflict and low-grade dread. This inner critic is a powerful force. It robs us of joy, stifles our creativity, and keeps us trapped in cycles of shame and fear. It is often the loudest voice we hear when we lie down to sleep at night. Tonight's Zen parable is a simple, yet profound teaching on the nature of this inner dialogue. It reveals that the world and our own inner state is not giving us what we deserve, but is simply reflecting back to us what we put out. This is a deep sleep meditation on the transformative power of self-compassion, of learning to speak to ourselves with the kindness we would offer a beloved friend. It is a guide to changing the echo, and in doing so, transforming the entire landscape of our lives. So let your body be soft and receptive. Let your heart, which may have been wounded by a lifetime of harsh echoes, feel the safety of this space. We are going to learn how to plant new seeds of sound in the valley of our own being. The story is called The Echo in the Valley. High in the mountains, there was a remote and beautiful valley, surrounded on all sides by towering cliffs of granite. This valley was known for its powerful and crystal clear echo. A single word spoken in the valley would return from the cliffs, perfectly preserved. A young boy living in a small village nearby heard tales of this valley and decided to explore it. He was a boy with a quick temper and a heart that was easily hurt. He often felt the world was an unfriendly and hostile place. One day, he hiked into the valley alone. He stood in the center of the vast, silent amphitheater of stone and felt a strange sense of unease. Feeling small and wanting to assert his presence, he clenched his fists and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I hate you. A moment later, from all around him, a voice echoed back, clear and sharp, "I hate you." The boy was shocked and frightened. He had never heard such a hateful voice. Who was hiding in the cliffs? He scanned the rock faces, but saw no one. Feeling threatened, he shouted again, with even more anger, "You are a coward." The echo returned instantly, mocking him, "You are a coward." The boy became furious. He began to scream a torrent of insults at the unseen enemy. "You are stupid," he yelled. "You are stupid," the valley answered. "I will destroy you," he shrieked. "I will destroy you," the valley thundered back. Terrified and convinced that the valley was filled with cruel and hateful people, the boy turned and ran. He scrambled out of the valley, tears streaming down his face, and ran all the way home to his mother. He burst into their small hut, crying, "Mother, the world is a terrible place. The valley is full of horrible people who hate me. They shouted awful things at me and threatened me." His mother, a woman of gentle wisdom, listened patiently to his story. She held him close and wiped his tears. When he had calmed down, she looked at him with kind eyes. "Ah," she said softly, "you have met the echo. The experience you had in the valley was not a reflection of the valley, but a reflection of you. The valley gives back whatever you give to it. Go back tomorrow, but this time try something different. Try offering the words you yourself would like to hear." The boy was skeptical, but he trusted his mother. The next day, with some trepidation, he returned to the valley. He stood in the same spot, feeling the immense silence. It felt different today, not menacing, but expectant. Remembering his mother's words, he took a deep breath. He thought of the feeling of being loved, and in a clear, though slightly hesitant voice, he called out, "I love you." A moment passed, and then from all around him, from every cliff face, a beautiful, warm voice returned, "I love you." The boy was astonished. A slow smile spread across his face. He felt a warmth in his own chest. Feeling bolder, he shouted, "You are wonderful." The valley sang back in a joyful chorus, "You are wonderful." He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled as loud as he could, "You are a champion." And the valley roared back with resounding power, "You are a champion." The boy spent the rest of the afternoon in the valley, laughing and playing with his new, invisible friend. He offered it all the kindest, most encouraging words he could think of, and each one was returned to him, amplified, filling him with a joy and confidence he had never known. He ran home that evening, his heart light, his face beaming. "Mother," he exclaimed, "you were right. The world is a beautiful place. The valley is full of the kindest, most wonderful people. His mother smiled and stroked his hair. "Remember this lesson, my son," she said. "Your life is like that valley. The world and your own heart will give you back the echo of the words you speak into it. What you give is what you get. Your inner world is not a discovery. It is a creation." This simple, poignant parable is a direct and powerful commentary on the nature of our inner critic and the practice of self-compassion. The valley is our own mind. The echo is the feedback loop of our own inner dialogue. Like the boy, many of us grow up believing that the harsh, critical voice in our head is an objective observer, an unseen enemy telling us the hard truths about ourselves. We believe the voice that says, "You are a coward, you are stupid, you are not good enough." We take this inner criticism as fact, and so we live in a state of inner warfare, constantly berating ourselves, and then suffering from the echo of that beratement in the form of low self-esteem, anxiety, and depression. The mother's wisdom is the heart of this Zen sleep story. The voice is not an external reality to be fought, but an internal habit to be changed. It is our own voice, echoing back at us. If we want to live in a kind and supportive inner world, we must first learn to speak kindly and supportively to ourselves. This is not about lying to ourselves or engaging in baseless positive affirmations. The boy does not shout, "I can fly." He shouts, "I love you, you are wonderful." These are not statements of objective fact, but offerings of unconditional positive regard. They are expressions of kindness, acceptance, and encouragement. The story shows that this is not just a mental trick. It has a profound emotional and physiological effect. When the boy shouts insults, he feels fear, anger, and alienation. When he shouts words of love, he feels joy, warmth, and confidence. The echo he receives reinforces and amplifies his initial emotional state. This is the cycle of suffering, or the cycle of healing. A critical thought creates a painful feeling, which then fuels more critical thoughts. A compassionate thought creates a soothing feeling, which then makes it easier to have more compassionate thoughts. We have the power to choose which cycle we want to feed. From a psychological perspective, this parable perfectly illustrates the principles of cognitive behavioral therapy, and more specifically, the work on self-compassion by researchers like Dr. Kristen Neff. The inner critic is what CBT would call a negative automatic thought, or a core belief. These are deeply ingrained thought patterns, often established in childhood, that operate automatically, just below the level of conscious awareness. Like the boy's first shouts, they feel like spontaneous reactions, but they are actually learned habits of mind. The mother's advice is a form of cognitive restructuring. She is teaching the boy to consciously choose a different thought, a different verbal offering, in order to create a different emotional outcome. Dr. Neff's work on self-compassion provides a structured way to practice this. She defines self-compassion as having 3 core components. 1, mindfulness, being aware of our own suffering without over-identifying with it. The boy first has to recognize that he feels hurt and angry. 2, common humanity, recognizing that suffering and personal imperfection are part of the shared human experience. The mother helps the boy understand that his experience is not unique, but part of a universal principle. 3, self-kindness, actively soothing and comforting ourselves in response to suffering. This is the act of consciously choosing to shout, "I love you," instead of, "I hate you." The echo in the valley is a metaphor for our neurobiology. When we engage in self-criticism, we are activating the threat defense system of our brain. The amygdala fires up, and we release stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. We are quite literally attacking ourselves. The echo is the physiological and emotional fallout of that self-attack. When we practice self-compassion, when we speak to ourselves with a warm, kind inner voice, we activate a different system, the mammalian caregiving system. This system is associated with the release of oxytocin and opiates, which are hormones that create feelings of safety, connection, and well-being. We are literally changing our own brain chemistry with the tone of our inner voice. This is why self-compassion is such a powerful tool for healing from within and for creating the inner safety needed for deep sleep. It calms the nervous system and turns the valley of the mind from a battleground into a sanctuary. So now, let us step into the valley of your own mind and learn to change the echo. Lying here, bring your awareness to the general tone of your inner world. Without judgment, just listen for a moment. What is the quality of the voice you most often use with yourself? Is it patient and kind? Or is it harsh, impatient, and critical? Remember, whatever it is, it's just an echo of past habits. It is not the truth of who you are. Now, bring to mind a small difficulty you faced today, or a small mistake you made. Something that might have triggered the inner critic. Perhaps you were impatient with someone. Perhaps you procrastinated on a task. Perhaps you just feel tired and not enough. Listen to the first echo that arises. What does the critic say? You always do that. You're so lazy. You should have done better. Just notice the words and notice the feeling they create in your body. A tightness, a sinking feeling, a flush of shame. This is the echo of, I hate you. Now we will follow the mother's wisdom. We will consciously choose a different offering. This is an act of courage and kindness. Place a hand gently on your heart if that feels comfortable. The warmth of your own hand is a powerful signal of safety and care to your nervous system. Now, speaking to yourself silently in a warm and gentle inner voice, let's try a different echo. You can use these words or find your own that feel true for you. First, mindfulness of the feeling. This is a moment of suffering. This feels hard. Second, common humanity. It's normal to make mistakes. Everyone struggles sometimes. I am not alone in this. Third, and most importantly, self-kindness. What kind and encouraging words would you offer to a dear friend in this exact situation? Now, try offering those same words to yourself. Perhaps something like, it's okay. You were doing the best you could with the energy you had. Or, you are learning. It's okay to be imperfect. Or simply, may I be kind to myself in this moment. May I give myself the compassion that I need. Take a deep breath, and as you exhale, let those kind words sink in. Imagine them echoing back to you from the valley walls of your own being. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. You are learning, you are learning, you are learning. Feel the shift in your body. A softening, a release, a warmth. You are changing the echo. You are changing your brain chemistry. You are creating a sanctuary inside yourself. This is your practice, tonight and every night. Whenever you hear the harsh echo of the critic, you can pause, place a hand on your heart, and consciously offer yourself the gift of a kinder word. You are the boy in the valley. You have the power to choose what you shout. Let your last waking thoughts tonight be an offering of kindness to yourself. Let the echo that carries you into sleep be one of love, acceptance, and peace. You are wonderful. You are wonderful. You are wonderful. Having learned to cultivate a kinder inner world, we now face the reality that the outer world is not always so kind. We have built a stable mountain within, but the storms of life will still rage around us. Illness, conflict, uncertainty, and loss are inescapable parts of the human journey. A common spiritual trap is to believe that peace is only possible when the storm passes, when life is calm, smooth, and predictable. This belief makes our inner peace fragile and conditional, forever dependent on circumstances we cannot control. Tonight's Zen parable offers a more resilient and profound path to peace. It teaches that true equanimity is not about waiting for the storm to end, but about learning how to carry our own light through the heart of it. It is a deep sleep meditation on maintaining your inner flame, on cultivating a portable sanctuary that you can carry with you through any of life's tempests. It is about discovering that the light is not out there to be found, but in here to be tended. So let your breath be the steady flame of the lantern. Let your body be the calm and steady hand that holds it. We are about to walk into a storm, not with fear, but with a quiet inner glow. The story is called The Monk Who Carried the Light. In a monastery perched on a windswept cliff overlooking the sea, there lived an old monk who was known for his unshakable calm. While other monks, especially the younger ones, would become agitated by bad news, frustrated by disruptions to their routine, or anxious about the future, this old monk moved through his days with a quiet, steady grace. His peace was not a cold, detached thing. It was a warm, gentle, and luminous presence that seemed to emanate from him like heat from a hearth. One evening, a ferocious storm rolled in from the sea. The wind howled like a hungry wolf, rattling the wooden shutters of the monastery. Rain came down in blinding sheets, and the sky was split again and again by jagged forks of lightning. It was a storm of great violence and terror. In the middle of the night, a messenger, soaked and shivering, arrived from the nearby village with urgent news. The village healer had fallen gravely ill, and they needed a special medicinal herb that grew only in a sheltered cove on the other side of the cliff path. It was a treacherous path in daylight. In a storm like this, it was considered suicidal. While the other monks debated the danger, wringing their hands and staring out at the raging darkness, the old, calm monk simply stood up. He went to a small alcove and took down a simple paper lantern. Inside, a small candle flickered. He lit the candle, and its soft, warm light pushed back against the oppressive gloom of the hall. A young, anxious novice rushed to his side. "Master, you cannot go out in this," he pleaded. "The wind will surely extinguish your lantern in an instant. You will be plunged into darkness on the cliff edge. It is impossible." The old monk looked at the novice, his eyes calm and clear in the lantern light. "The nature of the wind is to blow," he said simply. "The nature of the light is to shine. My task is not to command the wind, but to learn how to hold the lantern." his outer robe more tightly around himself, held the lantern close to his chest, and stepped out into the raging storm. The novice watched in terror from the doorway. He expected the light to be snuffed out immediately, but it wasn't. The old monk did not fight the storm. He yielded to it. When a powerful gust of wind blew, he did not stand rigid and resist it, which would have made him and the lantern a target. Instead, he turned his back slightly, sheltering the lantern with his own body, and bent his knees, flowing with the force of the wind, becoming part of its movement. He held the lantern not with a tense, rigid grip, but with a soft, firm, and sensitive hand. He kept it low, near the ground, where the wind was less fierce. He used the brief, brilliant flashes of lightning to see the path ahead, and used the steady, humble glow of his own lantern to illuminate the next single step in front of him. He moved slowly, patiently, without panic. His focus was not on the terrifying destination, nor on the violence of the entire storm. His entire world, his entire practice, was condensed into one thing: protecting the small, steady flame. Step by step, breath by breath, he made his way along the treacherous cliff path, a tiny, moving point of warm light in a world of chaotic darkness and wind. Hours later, just before dawn, as the storm began to subside, the old monk returned. He carried the precious herbs in a pouch, and in his hand, he still carried the lantern. Its small flame was still burning. The novice, who had stayed awake all night, sick with worry, stared in disbelief. "Master, how is it possible?" he whispered, his voice filled with awe. "How did you keep the light burning through such a storm?" The old monk blew out the candle gently, the wisp of smoke rising in the quiet air. He placed the lantern back in its alcove. He looked at the young man, his face tired but serene. "I told you," he said, a soft smile touching his lips. "The storm cannot extinguish the light. It can only extinguish a light that is held poorly. The peace is not in the weather. It is in the way you hold the lantern." This beautiful, cinematic story offers a profound commentary on the nature of inner peace and resilience. It is one of the most essential soothing spiritual stories because it moves beyond the passive idea of acceptance and into the realm of active, skillful engagement with life's difficulties. The storm is life. It is unpredictable, powerful, and often terrifying. It is the diagnosis, the job loss, the conflict, the grief, the pervasive anxiety of an uncertain world. We cannot control the storm. This is the first and most fundamental truth. The novice represents our common, fearful mind. He sees the storm as an absolute, all-powerful force and believes that peace or safety is impossible until the storm passes. This makes him a passive victim of circumstance, paralyzed by fear. The old monk represents enlightened wisdom in action. His peace does not come from denying the storm's power or from some magical ability to stop it. His peace comes from his absolute focus on what he can control, his own inner state and his immediate actions. The lantern is our inner light. It is our core of awareness, our capacity for presence, our connection to our own quiet spirit. It is our equanimity, our self-compassion, our inner peace. It is a small flame, not a giant bonfire. It can feel fragile and easily extinguished. The secret, the great teaching of the story, is in how the lantern is held. Let's break down the monk's technique, for it is a precise map for navigating our own storms. First, he shelters the flame with his own body. This is the practice of turning inward during difficult times, instead of scattering our energy outward in panic and complaint. We bring our attention home to our own being. We create a sanctuary for our inner light through practices like meditation, prayer, or simply quiet reflection. Second, he yields to the wind. He does not fight it. This is the wisdom of non-resistance we learned from the river. When a wave of grief or fear hits, we don't brace against it with a rigid body and mind, which often makes it more painful. We soften, we breathe into it, we allow the energy of the emotion to flow through us, knowing it is a passing gust, not our permanent state. Third, he holds the lantern with a soft, sensitive hand. This is the opposite of white-knuckled clinging. When we cling too tightly to our idea of being peaceful, we create tension that makes peace impossible. A soft hand is adaptable, responsive, and gentle with oneself. Fourth, his focus is on the next single step. This is the wisdom of the garden. He is not overwhelmed by the entire terrifying journey. He uses the flashes of lightning to see the big picture, but he relies on his own small, steady flame to illuminate the ground right in front of him. In a storm of anxiety, our only task is to handle this one breath. In a storm of grief, our only task is to get through this 1 hour. The next step, that is all. From a psychological perspective, this story is a powerful allegory for developing an internal locus of control and practicing psychological flexibility. An external locus of control is the belief that one's life is controlled by outside forces. This is the novice's mindset, and it leads to feelings of helplessness and anxiety. An internal locus of control is the belief that one can influence events and one's own reactions to them. This is the monk's mindset. He cannot control the storm, but he firmly believes he can control how he moves through it. This shift is central to mental well-being. The practice of holding the lantern is a form of attentional control, a key executive function. The monk is consciously choosing where to place his focus. Instead of focusing on the vast, uncontrollable chaos of the storm, he focuses on the small, manageable task of protecting the flame and taking the next step. This is a profound strategy to calm anxiety at night. When you are lying in bed and the storm of worried thoughts is raging, trying to solve all the world's problems from your pillow is like trying to fight the entire storm at once. The practice is to bring your focus back to your own small lantern. The feeling of your breath, the warmth of your blanket, the sensation of your head on the pillow. You are illuminating the next step, which is simply to rest in this moment. The monk's ability to yield and flow with the wind is what psychologists call psychological flexibility. It is the ability to adapt to changing situational demands while maintaining a connection to one's core values. He is not rigidly attached to one way of walking. He adapts his posture and movement in response to the changing wind. In the same way, emotional healing requires us to be flexible, to learn new ways of responding to old triggers, and to be gentle with ourselves as we learn. So now, let us find your lantern and practice holding it through whatever storm, big or small, may be present in your life. Lying here in the quiet darkness, bring your awareness to your own inner light. Imagine it as a small, steady flame in the center of your chest, in your heart space. It may feel very small and faint, and that is okay. All that matters is that it is there. This flame is your awareness, your spirit, your core of quiet presence. Now become aware of the storm that may be blowing. The winds of worry about work or family. The rains of sadness or regret. The lightning flashes of fear about the future. You do not need to make the storm go away. Your only task is to hold your lantern. As you feel the winds of a particular worry begin to blow, how can you shelter your flame? Perhaps you can shelter it with your breath. As you inhale, imagine drawing the flame's warmth deeper into your center. As you exhale, imagine your breath forming a protective shield around it. You are turning your attention inward to the feeling of the flame rather than outward to the noise of the wind. Now quality of your grip on the lantern. Are you holding it with a tense, white-knuckled hand, desperately afraid it will go out? Can you soften your grip? Can you hold your peace with a gentle, allowing hand, trusting that the light's nature is to shine, trusting that your nature is to be aware? Let go of the struggle. Just hold. Now bring your focus to the next single step. Here in your bed, the next step is simply to feel this one breath. That is all the light you need. Just enough to illuminate this single, present moment. Feel the inhale. Feel the exhale. You have taken the next step. The storm may still be raging in your mind, but you have successfully kept the lantern lit for one more breath. And that is a victory. That is the entire practice. Rest now in the warm, steady glow of your own inner light. It is your portable sanctuary. It is your birthright. It is all you need to navigate any darkness. Let its gentle, persistent flame be the last thing you are aware of as it illuminates your path into a deep, peaceful, and protected sleep. Our journey has led us through many landscapes of the heart and mind. We have learned to acknowledge our burdens, to let go into the river of life, to tend the garden of the present, to mend our cracks with gold, to stand as the mountain, to empty our cup, to change our echo, and to carry our own light in the storm. Now we arrive at the edge of knowing, at the great mystery itself. We come to a place where the logical mind, which we have so patiently worked to quiet and befriend, must finally be surrendered altogether. We approach the gateless gate of the Zen koan. A koan is not a riddle to be solved. It is a spiritual tool, a paradoxical question or statement designed to short-circuit the rational, dualistic mind and provoke a direct, intuitive experience of a deeper reality. It is meant to be lived with, wrestled with, and absorbed until it breaks open our fixed ways of seeing the world. Tonight, we will sit with one of the most famous koans, not to find an answer, but to let its impossible question dissolve the very foundations of the mind that asks. This is the deepest form of sleep hypnosis with Zen parables, for its aim is to untie the final knot of the thinking self, allowing for a complete surrender into the vast, silent ocean of being. There is nothing for you to figure out. Your only task is to listen, to feel, and to allow the question to do its work upon you. Let go of the need for an answer. The mystery is the medicine. The koan is, we know the sound of two hands clapping. What is the sound of one hand? Imagine a young monk, earnest and bright, who has spent years mastering the scriptures, practicing meditation, and following the monastery's rules with perfect discipline. He has achieved great states of calm and concentration. He feels he is on the very cusp of enlightenment. He goes to his Roshi, the old Zen master, for a final interview, confident he will be confirmed in his attainment. The Roshi, a man with eyes that see through all pretense, looks at the young monk and says nothing for a long time. Then he speaks. "You have done well," the Roshi says. "Your understanding of the teachings is clear. Your concentration is strong. Now show me the final truth." We all know the sound of two hands clapping. The Roshi brings his palms together in a single sharp clap that echoes in the silent room. "Now," the Roshi says, his gaze piercing the young monk's heart, "tell me, what is the sound of one hand?" The young monk is thrown into confusion. His logical mind, his greatest tool, immediately springs into action. The sound of one hand. He thinks it's a trick question. One hand makes no sound. The answer is silence. He offers this answer to the Roshi. "Master, one hand makes no sound. The sound of one hand is silence." The Roshi shakes his head slowly. "You have brought me a concept," he says. "You have brought me an idea about silence. You have not brought me the sound itself. Go, sit with this, and do not return until you can show me the sound of one hand." The monk is dismissed. He is devastated. His perfect intellectual answer has been rejected. He returns to his meditation cushion and begins to grapple with the koan. For days, he obsesses over it. His mind, a powerful engine of logic, produces endless possible answers. Perhaps it's the sound of the wind rushing past the hand. He presents this. The Roshi shakes his head. Perhaps it's the sound of the blood pulsing in the hand. He presents this. The Roshi rings a small bell, signaling him to leave. Perhaps it's a metaphor for the interconnectedness of all things, that nothing can exist in isolation. He presents this eloquent philosophical treatise. The Roshi yawns. The monk's frustration grows. His mind, once a source of pride, is now a torture chamber. The koan is a wall he cannot break through with logic. He tries everything. He meditates for longer hours. He fasts. He reads more obscure texts, looking for a clue. But the sound of one hand remains elusive, a ghost that mocks his every effort. Months turn into years. The monk grows thin and weary. His ambition to achieve enlightenment has been burned away, replaced by a raw, desperate obsession with this single, impossible question. All his knowledge, All his discipline, all his concepts about Zen and reality have been ground to dust against the unyielding stone of the koan. One night, as he is sitting in deep meditation, exhausted beyond measure, something happens. He is not trying to solve the koan. He has given up. His mind is utterly empty of solutions. He is simply sitting in the blackness of his own failure, in the abyss of not knowing. And in that absolute surrender, in that vast, silent emptiness, he hears it. It is not a sound that comes through his ears. It is not a thought that comes through his mind. It is a direct, undeniable, all-encompassing experience. It is the sound of the universe breathing, the sound of the silence that underlies all noise, the sound of being itself before it is split into this and that, subject and object, hand and air. It is the sound of everything and nothing, all at once. Tears stream down his face, tears of a joy so profound it shatters his very sense of self. He is not a monk hearing a sound. He is the sound. He is the one hand. The next morning, he goes to the roshi. He walks into the room, and there is a new light in his eyes, a new freedom in his posture. He says nothing. He simply walks up to the roshi, bows, and without a word, he raises one hand. The roshi looks at him, and for the first time, the roshi's eyes fill with tears. He sees that the monk is no longer there. The question is no longer there. The answer is no longer there. There is only the sound. The roshi nods slowly. He whispers, finally. It has been very loud all this time. This koan is not a story with a commentary. It is the commentary. It is a direct pointer to the limits of the dualistic mind. Our entire experience of the world is based on duality. For there to be sound, there must be two things striking each other. Two hands, a bell and a clapper, vocal cords and air. Our mind operates in the same way. There is a me and a world. There is good and bad, right and wronged, success and failure. This is the world of two hands clapping. It is the source of all our striving, all our conflict, all our suffering. The koan, what is the sound of one hand, is a demand to experience reality before this split occurs. It is an invitation into non-duality, into the unitary consciousness where the observer and the observed are one. The young monk's journey is the journey of the spiritual ego. He tries to solve the koan, to grasp the answer with his mind. He wants to possess the truth as another piece of knowledge, another accomplishment. But the koan is designed to be unsolvable by that very mind. Its purpose is to exhaust the intellect, to humble the ego, to push the seeker to a point of complete and utter surrender. The great doubt that the monk experiences is a necessary stage. It is the dissolving of all certainty. It's only when he gives up completely, when his cup is not just empty, but shattered, that the direct experience, the great awakening, can happen. The sound he finally hears is ineffable. It cannot be described, only experienced. It is the experience of what mystics from all traditions call the ground of being, the Absolute, the Tao, Godhead, the Unborn. It is the seamless, vibrant, silent fullness of reality itself. The Roshi's final words, "It has been very loud all this time," are the perfect punchline. He is saying that this soundless sound is not something distant or hidden. It is the most obvious, ever-present reality. We just can't hear it because we are making too much noise with the constant clapping of our two-handed, dualistic thinking. From a psychological perspective, grappling with a koan is a radical form of therapy. It's a direct assault on the cognitive structures that create our sense of a separate, problem-solving self. Modern psychology is beginning to explore the therapeutic potential of non-dual awareness. Therapies like internal family systems talk about accessing the self, a core of calm, compassionate, curious, connected consciousness that is distinct from our various parts. This self is the one hand. Our parts are the two hands clapping. Neuroscience studies on long-term meditators show that experiences of non-duality are associated with a quieting of the default mode network in the brain. The DMN is the network responsible for self-referential thought, mind wandering, and thinking about the past and future. It is the neurological basis of the me story, the ego. The koan is a tool designed to temporarily shut down the DMN, allowing for a different mode of perception to emerge. For the purpose of our emotional healing sleep script, we will not try to solve the koan. We will use it as it is intended, as a dissolving agent, as a way to gently untie the knot of the thinking mind before sleep. So now, let us sit with the sound of one hand. There is no goal, no answer to find. Simply allow the question to resonate within you. Lying here comfortably, bring the question into your awareness. What is the sound of one hand? Notice what your mind does with it. Does it try to find a clever answer? Does it dismiss it as nonsense? Does it feel frustrated? Whatever the mind does, just watch it. That is the sound of two hands clapping, the mind thinking about the koan. Gently let go of the thinking and just come back to the feeling of the question itself. Let it be a vibration in your being. What is the sound of one hand? Let the question absorb all the other noises of your mind. Let it absorb your plans for tomorrow. Let it absorb your memories of today. Let it absorb your very sense of being a me who is lying here, trying to sleep. Can you listen, not with your ears, but with your whole body, for the sound that is behind all sounds? It is the sound of the space between your thoughts. It is the sound of the silence in this room. It is the sound of your own awareness, which is hearing these words. Rest in the question. Let it be a mantra that leads you not to an answer, but to a state of profound, open, silent wonder. Do not seek, just listen. The sound of one hand is the sound of your own being, finally at rest, no longer clapping for attention, no longer trying to solve itself. It is the sound of deep, dreamless, perfect peace. Let that soundless sound be the cradle that rocks you into the great mystery of sleep. And so, we come to the end of our path, which is also its beginning. We have traveled far on this inner journey tonight. We stood at the silent gate with our burdens and learned that peace begins with acknowledgement. We sat by the river and learned that letting go is not an action, but a deep seeing. We tended the garden and found the entire universe in the watering of a single moment. We held our brokenness and traced its cracks with the gold of self-compassion. We became the mountain, stable and still amidst the weather of our lives. We held up our empty cup, ready to receive. We learned to change the echo in the valley of our minds, from criticism to kindness. We carried our own small lantern through the heart of the storm, and we sat in the profound, dissolving silence of the sound of one hand. These are not just Zen sleep stories. They are not separate lessons. They are facets of a single luminous diamond. They are chapters in one continuous story, the story of your own awakening. This final part of our deep sleep meditation is not a new story, but a homecoming. It is an integration of all that we have explored. It is about how we walk now, how we carry these teachings from the meditation cushion, from the quiet of the night into the light of our days. For the goal of this journey was never to arrive at a destination called healed or enlightened. goal was to learn how to walk the path of your own life with more grace, more awareness, and more love. The seeker becomes the path. Let us revisit the traveler from our very first story. Imagine them now, not at the gate, but walking away from the monastery a long time later. The sun is rising, casting a soft, golden light over the landscape. The traveler is walking, but something is different. Everything is different. The immense, invisible burden that once bent their shoulders is gone. This does not mean their life is free of problems. The stones of past failures are still part of their history. The threads of future worries still arise, but they are no longer carrying them. They have learned the wisdom of the river. When a memory of a failure arises, they see it as a boat drifting by. Acknowledge it with a nod and let it float on. They do not cling to it. They do not fight it. Their gaze is no longer fixed on the dirt path. Their head is up. They are noticing the color of the wildflowers on the side of the road. They are feeling the warmth of the sun on their face. They are listening to the song of a bird in the trees. They have learned the wisdom of the garden. Their peace is not in reaching their destination. It is in the simple, profound act of walking this single step. You can see faint, golden lines on their skin, like the kintsugi bowl. These are the marks of old wounds, the scars of past heartbreaks and traumas. But they do not hide them in shame. They glow. They are the proof of their resilience, the source of their deep empathy for others they meet on the road. They have learned the wisdom of the golden repair. A sudden wind kicks up dust on the path, a sudden challenge. The traveler does not falter. They plant their feet firmly on the ground, breathe deeply into their belly, and feel the stability of the mountain within. They let the wind blow around them, knowing that their core is unmoved. They meet another traveler on the road, one who has different ideas, a different way of seeing the world. The old traveler would have argued, defended, tried to prove their own rightness. This new traveler simply listens, with a mind as open and receptive as an empty cup, curious and ready to learn. And as they walk, you can hear the quiet hum of their own inner world. It is no longer the harsh echo of self-criticism. It is a gentle, steady voice of encouragement, the echo of, "You are wonderful, you are learning, it's okay." They have learned to be their own kindest companion. The path ahead disappears into a thick, intimidating fog of uncertainty. The future is unknown, but the traveler does not panic. They feel for the small lantern of presence they carry within their own heart. Its steady flame illuminates the next step on the path, and for now, that is enough. They have learned the wisdom of the lantern in the storm. Finally, they sit to rest by the side of the road. They simply sit, not waiting for anything, not trying to achieve anything. They are just there, a part of the landscape, breathing with the trees, at one with the silence. In their stillness, you can almost hear it, the soft, all-encompassing, soundless sound of one hand. They are at peace, not because life has become perfect, but because they have become whole. This traveler is you. This journey is yours. These soothing spiritual stories are now woven into the fabric of your own being. You have all the tools. You have the map. You are the path. This is the essence of this emotional healing sleep script. To empower you with the realization that everything you need for peace, for healing, for rest, is already within you. It is not something you acquire. It is something you remember. It is a returning to your true nature. And so now, as you lie here on the threshold of deep, restorative sleep, let us integrate these truths into every cell of your body. Let this final reflection be a blessing that carries you through the night and into the morning. Feel the weight of your body on the bed. This is the first step, acknowledging your presence right here, right now. You are here. You are safe. Now, with your next exhale, feel a gentle letting go. Let go of the day. Let go of the need to control. Let go of the fight. Trust the river of the night to carry you. Bring your attention to a single, simple sensation. The feeling of the blanket on your skin, the feeling of the air on your face, the gentle rhythm of your own breathing. This is your garden. This is the only moment that requires your attention. Rest here. Remember all your cracks, all your wounds, all your imperfections, and imagine a soft, golden light filling them. A light of infinite compassion and acceptance. You are whole. You are beautiful. You are worthy of love, exactly as you are. Feel the deep, unshakable stability within you. You are the mountain. Thoughts and dreams may come and go like clouds, but your core is still, silent, and at peace. Your mind is an empty cup, open, receptive, ready to receive the gift of deep, effortless rest. Listen to the echo in your own heart. Let it be a whisper of kindness. May you be peaceful. May you be happy. May you be safe. May you sleep well. Feel the small, warm flame of your own awareness in your heart. It is your lantern. It will burn steadily all through the night, a quiet guardian of your peace. And finally, listen. Listen past all the noise to the deep, silent hum of your own being. The sound of one hand. The sound of perfect rest. What is one insight from our journey tonight that you will carry with you into your sleep? Let it be a seed planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious to blossom in your waking life. You have walked the path. You have come home to yourself. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to solve, only to rest, to dissolve, to float on the vast, quiet ocean of sleep. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Sleep in peace. As your breath slows and your body melts deeper into stillness, remember this. You are now resting within a space shaped by Zen simplicity, Buddhist compassion, and the timeless wisdom of healing presence. These stories, these silences, these gentle pauses are part of a sacred offering from Zen Buddhism healing, not just to help you sleep, but to help you return again and again to the quiet truth inside you. This is the spirit of our sanctuary, a place where Zen meets healing, where Buddhism becomes breath, and where you are always welcome, just as you are. Sleep now, not as escape, but as return to peace, to presence, to home. From all of us at Zen Buddhism Healing, may you be safe, may you be whole, may you be deeply at peace. If this journey helped you breathe a little softer, you are warmly invited to return. Follow Zen Buddhism Healing so we can walk these quiet paths together again.